me just. I walked past it. I went.
Oh no! At lunch I was like, and I just kind of like.
I would like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called, and a notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 6 p.m. The following board members are in attendance: Dr. Betty Bonner, Allison Lasan, Catherine Sells, Sheila Taylor, Michelle Akateb, Dr. Stacy Barker, and Jenny Prosnick. I've asked board member Catherine Sells to lead us in prayer.
Dear Heavenly Father, we lift up those involved in the field of education tonight. I just thank you for those that are around this table that I serve with, and also those that are in attendance. I ask you to grant teachers the wisdom, patience, and compassion to guide their students now at the end of the school year, and that they guide them toward knowledge and understanding. And please bless those students with curiosity, diligence, and a love for learning, and provide our administrators with insight and discernment as they lead LISD. May your presence be felt in every classroom, inspiring minds and nurturing hearts, and to strengthen our educators and students alike, that they may find joy and fulfillment in the pursuit of knowledge. Amen.
We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code 551, specifically 551.071 and 074. The time is 6:01 p.m. We are back on the record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is now 6:40 p.m. Please join me in the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Well, I'm going to take a small moment of privilege here because tonight is Dr. Amber Lasson's and Mr. Jeremy Turner's last time with us here in the boardroom. So thank you all for joining us, and thank you for your service to LISD. Now we would like to consider action considered on action taken from closed session. Would someone like to make a motion? Good Lord. Catherine, Ms. Sells.
Okay. I move that the board propose the non-renewal of the Chapter 21 term contract of Jamie Provo and further authorize the superintendent to take steps in accordance with this action.
Second. Ms. Akatab. All those in favor? That's 7-0. Now, time to consider action and proposed non-renewal of the Chapter 21 term contract for Andrea Blumfield-Temshev. Ms. Lasson?
I move that the board propose the non-renewal of the Chapter 21 term contract of Andrea Bloomfield-Timoshev and further authorize the superintendent to take steps in accordance with this action.
Second, Ms. Taylor. All those in favor? 7-0. I'll read our mission statement tonight. Engaging and inspiring learners and leaders. Dr. Barker, would you read our vision statement?
Yes. All students are confident, equipped with the knowledge and skills to thrive and adapt for their future.
Thank you. Public comments are next on the agenda, and tonight we have no speakers. So moving on. Discussion items. First up, the Board of Trustees report. Dr. Bonner, as chair of the Audit Committee.
Yes, thank you. Moving to the table is Gibson Consulting representative who's going to share the procurement audit with us. He's assured me it is a engaging and brief presentation, and we're excited to have him. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner. Good evening, everyone. President Prosnick, Dr. Rapp, trustees. Very excited to be here to do a brief but insightful presentation of our procurement and contracts internal audit. Before I get started, I'd like to thank Craig Martin and David Lyons and the whole procurement and contracts team. It's a tough role being audited and serving as our liaisons. They did a great job giving us data, facilitating interviews, and all of our interviewees were very transparent and candid, which we certainly appreciate. Agenda for tonight, I'll briefly touch on our audit objectives and scope. We'll spend some time discussing some key takeaways. Then I'll discuss some select findings and recommendations and give ample time for any questions that you may have. We thought of this audit in 5 major buckets that are listed here on the slide. As with all of our audits, we were tasked with evaluating efficiency, effectiveness, and compliance within the procurement and contracts department. We listed on the next slide our specific scope questions. I'll just breeze through these in the interest of time. And go to our summary. Overall, this was a really positive audit for the procurement and contracts department. We noted a really strong commitment to compliance, which was supported by our data analytics and test results. Our process analysis demonstrated efficiencies in the procure-to-pay process, incredibly streamlined, no manual interventions, which allowed for quick closing of requisitions and getting POs issued. And finally, the property and casualty programs has been a focus of the department in recent years. There are strong processes in place for soliciting policies and broker relationships, and identifying and engaging high-quality consultants. However, this was an audit, so we did identify some opportunities for improvement. Previously, I mentioned there was a great commitment to compliance. However, it is our view that this maybe resulted in some over-conservatism in the procurement function. One of these things we noted, which would require specific board input into, was approval threshold for purchases that require board action. Also, P-card use in the process is highly manual in nature, and P-card use is low. Another area where we saw some improvement opportunities are evaluation practices for competitive solicitations. There's not a lot of standardization on team size, scoring approaches and methods. And finally, training for departmental staff needs improvement with specific job requirements. Example of that would be if you're in charge of procuring construction or technology, those can have highly technical components. There's currently no required training. Overall, we issued 11 recommendations for improvement, which are included on this table. So this table lists each recommendation and priority. Prioritization is based on likelihood of an issue occurring and significance if something did occur. You'll notice compliance-related recommendations are nearly always given a high priority. And the rest of this presentation focuses on those high priorities. First chapter is org and management. I just included the org chart so everyone's kind of aware of what we are talking about here. There is a box that was not within the scope. That's our child nutrition program administrator. That would be handled in a child nutrition audit. They're really focused on compliance with child nutrition. Overall, we did not recommend any realignment of the org chart. It seems to be functionally aligned. Structure appears logical and well placed in the district. Also wanted to highlight a positive observation. SOPs are in use and frequently updated. They're well organized. We had just a very few exceptions of areas that need bolstering, but wanted to highlight this as a positive. First finding to discuss tonight is that technical training requirements for departmental staff. We observed a lot of materials supporting training provided to district staff, campus bookkeepers and secretaries, departmental bookkeepers and secretaries. However, no information was provided for training for our procurement and contract staff. We recommended developing a tailored training program for specific technical roles like contract negotiation, construction procurement, etc. Management agreed with this recommendation. The next finding is really related to a compliance concern or a fraud risk in segregation of duties. We obtained reports from the district's ERP system. The report listed security roles for finance department staff. According to this report, there was one individual within the finance department who had access to maintain vendors as well as make disbursements. Since there is an individual who is able to complete both of those tasks, that represents an exception in segregation of duties, which poses a control risk. We always like to say we did not see any evidence of this being acted upon in our tests or through interviews otherwise. It is just a risk. We recommended that inappropriate access be removed and that a quarterly review of user positions and security roles be implemented. Management partially agreed with this recommendation. Our next finding recommendation concerns the evaluation of solicitations. During our testing, we observed that evaluation team size varied across solicitations. This is anticipated based on the size of solicitation, the complexity. However, 2 of the 10 sampled solicitations only had 1 evaluator. Council of Great City Schools recommends at least 5 people on an evaluation team for appropriate determination of best value. One thing we also noted was that solicitations were evaluated together in a common room. This could result in undue influence by one member of the team, particularly if they have more seniority in the district. Best practice would be having independent evaluations and scoring. Our testing, though, did not identify any instances of this occurring. This was an area where we spent a lot of time reviewing solicitation responses, reperforming scoring. We did not note any anomalies there. So, again, a risk, no evidence of any wrongdoing, though, was indicated. Management agreed with our recommendation to standardize solicitation team requirements and scoring methods. I issued 1 commendation during this audit. I'm a very tough grader. I think I really only do commendations for best practice. This was absolutely a best practice. Internal controls within your general procurement operations from RFQ to PO issuance are very strong. They're workflowed, efficient, and for the first time I've been doing this work, I found no instances of inappropriate POs or after-the-fact purchase orders. I've never seen that before, so kudos to your procurement and your department or your district as well, because it's really hammered in that we have to follow a strict procurement process to make sure we have approval before committing district funds. So, very nice work. We did have a finding and recommendation related to P-card program use, like I mentioned. In our report, we have a process map that shows the current process of P-cards and highlights all the manual interventions that are included. These manual processes have resulted in duplicative reviews, delays in reconciling P-card expenses, and also poor usage of cards. We recommended that process modifications occur, as well as allowing for more P-cards to be held at campuses. Management partially agreed with this recommendation. Last section, it concerns property and casualty premiums, or property and casualty programs. I included a table just to show how this has changed over the past 5 years. I'm sure you all are aware of the increasing cost for K-12 districts, particularly in property coverage. What I wanted to illustrate, there have been minimal property claims since 2021-22 in the previous 5 years. So really the biggest driver for LISD are just the general market conditions and premium increase. And in the report, we talk about all the great things they're doing to ensure best value to the district, partnering with brokers, using community relationships in other districts. So I just wanted to highlight that a lot of this is simply out of the control of the department. We did have one finding and recommendation in this area. There's a lot of really great institutional knowledge in place in that function in LISD. There are some cross-training occurring, and there's a current effort to document kind of standard operating procedures for this role. We're just recommending continuing that process, improve knowledge sharing to limit the risk of the district if there was to be someone winning the lottery and leaving tomorrow. And that was what I had prepared for you all tonight. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Taylor.
Just wanted to call out that even though with the risk of the segregation of duties that to confirm there was no evidence of fraud related to that risk. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that.
Dr. Barker?
Related to that, I just wanted to clarify. So it's for those areas where you pointed out to us that there's this risk, it's a systems thing, not a person thing. Is that what I'm hearing, right? It's about developing systems to eliminate that risk as opposed to one individual being a risk.
Yeah, I think from a process standpoint, there is segregation of risk. This was an isolated one role in the system, had duties that included ability to edit vendors and also disperse funds. So that's an anomaly in LISD. It's not a systemic thing. We only saw one user that had that role.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. Mm-hmm. My second point that I wanted to make is I just want to reiterate the increase in cost of insurance is not in any way a function of anything that we have done or not done, but is completely out of our control. So as you can see, we are managing our resources to the best of our ability, overly compliant. So the state cannot say that we are in some way misusing or mispurchasing materials. We are facing market conditions that are out of our control. Sounds to me like a further call for raising the basic allotment that hasn't been raised since any of these numbers have changed.
Dr. Bonner.
Dr. Barker, amen. Kent, thank you for putting that table in, because I hadn't really thought about your comments until just now, based on some email I've gotten recently about exorbitant spending in Lewisville ISD. Well, that's a 240% increase over, 4 years, 5 years? So I would just rest the case right there on how frivolously we're spending. It's on things like insurance. Yeah, thank you.
Does the audit committee have anything to add? No. Thank you so much for the work. It's always thorough. I do enjoy reading the reports. I thank you for working collaboratively with our staff, and I want to commend Mr. Martin in his department. The only time you've ever seen it, it doesn't surprise me, it was Mr. Martin's department. So kudos to them and that department, and just like every department in LISD, we're always looking to be better and to improve, and I appreciate that attitude from that department and that philosophy here in the district, and thank you for coming and helping us get there.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Moving on, number 2, Human Resources Report. Ms. Cobb.
Good evening, President Prosnick, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rapp. Speaking of a little bit of inflation, we're going to get to talk about insurance now and the changes that we're looking at for the upcoming school year. Every spring, we get on a call with TRS and we get to know what our potential increases will be for the following year. The message that we received late last week was that we will see a rate change of less than 10% on average across all the regions. And in Region 11, we typically tend to be the highest cost region. You will see that other regions did receive a higher percentage increase, but our predicted average increase for 24-25 is going to be a 9.5% increase. So just keep in mind that our current enrollment of our employees that use our benefits is about 4,202 employees. You've seen this chart before. This is our chart of what the district contributes to our insurance, different types of insurance that we have, our insurance plans, and then as well as our surrounding districts and what they input. We are still at employee only of $326, employee spouse $388, employee children $372, and employee family $393. Compared to the rest of those numbers, we're still pretty competitive in that lens. Here are the changes that we know of right now. I don't know why that's out of space, but for the high deductible plan, which is typically our most used plan, the in-network deductible for an individual will increase to $200. The family, by $200. The family plan will increase by $400. If you go out of network deductible, the individual, you can see, has increased a little bit more, from $5,500 to $6,400, and family deductible is pretty extensive, from $11,000 to $12,800. And then our primary and high deductible plans, the maximum out of pocket goes up about $550. The Baylor Scott and White program, it's an HMO plan that has been offered the last couple of years, is no longer offered. And those employees, we have 30 employees that use that, and they'll be transferred automatically over to the Primary Plus plan. Here's a chart that we like to provide to you. This is just based on the HD plan alone, because that is our most popular plan. You'll see the 2003, 2004 rates on the left side, and the 2024, 2025 rates on the right side. So you see the premium for each of the 4 different groups, the district contribution, and the employee cost. So employee only, you'll see, is going to go from $149 to $193. After the district contribution. Employee spouse is going from $895 to $1,014. Employee and children, $436 to $511. And employee and family, $1,222 to $1,372. That is if we keep our district contribution the same. Here it is in a little bit different format with the math completed. You'll see the 3 plans that are offered, the HD, the primary, and the primary plus. And you'll see the HD is $193. That is from Dish, and it'll go up $44. And then you can see that for each of the plans. The employee spouse for HD is an increase of $119 per month. Then you see that for the different plans across the chart. Employee children is $75 increase each month. And then you see it doesn't change much across the chart. And then family is $149, and it changes a little bit when you get to the primary plus. And then, of course, that Active Care 2 plan has been there for a while. That's grandfathered. There's no changes to that. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Dr. Bonner.
I'm so sorry, you all. I'm getting lost in the math here. You know, we get called out on our math sometimes about tax rate and some other things. So 9.5%, that's based on the total cost, 519, whatever it was, moved out from 475. If you do the total cost of employee only, it's 30%. I just wanted to note that.
Correct.
For all the users out there and the clients, that it's a 30% increase, not a 9.5%. Okay, thank you for checking me on my math.
You're right. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor?
I had a similar comment, but I also noticed, Ms. Cobb, you had mentioned if the district contribution stays the same. Do we normally adjust the district contribution when there are changes or increases to the?
That is a board decision. Sometimes we address it with our compensation plan.
Okay, but it's something that we've done in the past?
We have, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And then my next question, I'll probably just email you offline because it's a question on like total cost of certain things.
We can do that. We'll be happy to get the numbers.
Thank you.
Once again, I'd like to say we are told what this is going to be. We have
Correct.
no way of giving any kind of input.
You are correct.
Just want to make that clear.
Yes, you are correct.
All right.
And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Maria Lutz, who's in the audience tonight, for all of the things she does every day to help administer our benefits plan. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cobb. Moving on, the 2023 bond program, our INS funds. Dr. Rapp.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'm going to have the team come forward that's presenting tonight. As you know, we continue with our strategy of bundling everything together that is being paid for with the 2023 bond program that was approved by the November voters. And so I appreciate Randy and Brian and working together to have one comprehensive presentation. But I would be remiss before we get started on 2023 bond if we did not say also thank you to our voters Saturday for their support of what will now be known as the 2024 bond program that we'll look forward to having many conversations about and moving forward. So we thank you to our community, and we look forward to the opportunities that will be provided to our students with the facilities we're going to be able to maintain from the Saturday night decision. And with that, I'll turn it over to Randy first for construction with 2023 bond.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rapp, President Prosnick, and the board. Good evening. So I've got a few items tonight related to construction on the 2023 bond. These are really items that are either happening this summer or beyond. So the first one here is the construction manager at risk approvals for the remainder of the 2023 bond first sale projects. So if you remember back in December, the board approved all of the year one or first sale projects for the bond. A lot of those are happening this summer, but the rest of those, we need to get some CMARs on board. So those, the rest of those projects were packaged into 13 total packages. Most of that work is set to begin construction in summer 2025. There are a couple of projects really kind of safety and security related that we're hoping to get started before next summer. Currently, we have 7 CMAR firms approved as step 1 of this RFQ, approved by the board. And just a reminder that the government code only allows us to send invitations to 5 firms maximum for every single project or package. So this go-around, we did receive proposals for all 13 of the packages. Those proposals, what we look at, they provide a brief narrative kind of talking about similar projects that they've done, similar experience, their proposed personnel, which is a huge piece that we look for, their methodology, so that could be like if it's a 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair, if they are planning on doing that ceiling and above or ceiling below at this point with what they know. There's also some financial and safety information, as well as the proposed pre-construction fees, project fee, and the general conditions cost. And even though we are a full year away from construction, so we thought we were getting a good head start and getting out there. A lot of there's so much work in the Metroplex right now that a lot of these companies are pretty much maxed out with work. So we had a few of them reach out and say they could only do a couple of the packages. This was a tough one to evaluate, but even working with those constraints, we have come up with a recommendation for each package that we feel is best value and provides full coverage on every package. When you see the information coming out, they're not all going to be the low bid, right? So we look at all those items that I mentioned before, and we try to pick the best value for each individual site. Bid evaluation information will be provided to the board prior to next Monday, and next Monday night we will bring this back as a consent item for approval. And we put some slides in here for questions, so I promise you'll have an opportunity for questions in just a second. Okay, the next project we're going to talk about actually occurs this summer. This is the First Sale Playgrounds and Shade Structure project. And if you'll notice, we put our project code reference in there for you can always tie that back to the monthly bond financial summary. So the work this summer includes the replacement of 6 playgrounds with a new enhanced accessibility style playground. It's important to note all of our playgrounds in LISD are accessible, right? So they all meet the accessibility guidelines. Really what we're looking for with these new playgrounds is an enhanced accessibility style. So it means they've got a few components and pieces that are just to that next level. So you can see the locations here that are getting the replacements this summer. Along with this project is 15 locations that are getting some form of a shade structure, right? So we have on here if it's pre-K only or if it's the main playground that needs the shade or both. And so that's part of this as well. So we worked together with the Procurement and Contracts Department. We put together a CSP. We advertised that, and I wrote the note down. I think it went to 558 invitations were sent out for that. Only 2 bidders responded. So always interesting to throw those facts out there. Also included in this package was an alternate to replace the Indian Creek Elementary School playground. And I want to explain that a little bit. So Indian Creek Playground, if you look at the facilities assessment document, it fell just right outside. It was right on the bubble. It fell right outside of our planning window. However, looking closely at the condition and also keeping in mind that they are getting a new shade structure, and if we can replace that playground now, we can really kind of incorporate those 2 elements together rather than placing the shade structure kind of wherever we can and then replacing that later. So that was included in the bid. Again, 2 bids were received and evaluated. Work can begin at most locations and completed at most locations this summer. Because there are 15 different locations for shade structures, we are anticipating some of this may linger a little bit into the school year. We will obviously work with any campus where the work is not fully complete before school starts. Pricing is within the overall project budget, and that includes the alternate. So we are going to recommend that we accept that alternate for Indian Creek, and it does fit within that overall project budget. So that's great news. The bid evaluation for this, similar to the last one, will be provided to the board prior to next Monday night. And again, this will come back next Monday night as a consent item. A couple of our JOC projects. So this is the first one. It's the first sale marquee replacements. If you remember, this is at Old Settlers, Garden Ridge, and Lamar Middle School. We selected the JOC delivery method, and pricing was received from, we actually requested pricing from 3 vendors. We received pricing from one of those 3. Pricing is within the budget and can take place this summer. We feel like this work can get done this summer, and a recommendation for this will come as a consent item next Monday night as well. Another JOC project, we have the first sale interior bleacher replacement project. It really is just for Arbor Creek Middle School. Another JOC project requested pricing from 3 vendors. We received pricing from 2 of the 3. It should be noted that these materials actually will not arrive since it's already May. We had a little bit of a time constraint. Materials will not arrive until late summer, early fall. We will work with the campus. All of our middle schools have 2 gyms, and we should be able to coordinate around that. A recommendation for this award will be provided next Monday night as a consent item as well. And then we have one GMP, so this is a CMAR project. Glenn Partners was the architect. Glidden Industries was our construction manager at risk partner. You can see the locations here. This is flooring and casework replacements. And the project was advertised and bid out to subcontractors by Glidden Industries. Glidden then evaluated and scoped those bids and have provided LISD with a guaranteed maximum price of $4,942,861, which is within our overall project budget. As far as schedule, we feel like most of this is going to be completed this summer. However, the science lab casework for the middle schools is a little bit unique, and it will not be here this summer. It has a little bit longer lead time. So again, we will coordinate with the campus on changing those casework items out once those arrive. A recommendation for this GMP approval will be presented next Monday night as well as a consent item. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on my section.
Ms. Taylor.
Sorry to keep asking questions, and this may be a Dr. Rapp question. Is the list for the shade structures, is that comprehensive? Is it part 1 of...
So it's really kind of part 1. So when we are doing a 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair and a playground and shade is needed, we're trying to package those together. So this 15 that you saw as our first round did not have 20-year life cycle projects in this bond. So we're really trying to knock those out just this first summer while we have the time.
Okay, and the reason I ask is I was reading to some students at Lewisville Elementary, and a little girl came up and she said, I need to ask you something. And I was thinking, she's probably going to ask about cafeteria food or whatever. She actually asked for a shade structure.
Okay.
In 4th grade at Lewisville Elementary. So I was happy to see that on the list. Right. But I also had some students ask and some parents about the shade structure at DeGan.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the reason that I'm mentioning.
Yes, ma'am.
Asking those questions.
Great question. So DeGan Elementary is actually one of our first sale projects that will begin construction next summer, and it includes playground shade structure as well. So that's the big 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair project. It's all kind of combined. So, sure.
Ms. Sells?
Yeah, I was just curious on the enhanced accessibility. Does that just, is it really one of your questions? Oh my goodness.
Sure.
Okay. Just curious what that entails. Could the board maybe even see some graphics of that? And then where does that put us with the other? So is that just something we're going to be doing moving forward on the refreshes?
Sure. So the first question, yeah, I'd be happy to send some images of what they are. A lot of the enhanced pieces are kind of standalone pieces that go around the playground, very inclusive pieces, very fun. You can actually get on a lot of them and use them. If you're in a wheelchair, you can use them yourself. You don't have to have an aid to help you. A lot of really neat features, and so I'd be happy to share some of those with you so you can see. The main playground structure itself, as I mentioned before, is already accessible, so there's not a lot of changes to the main. There's just some stations and pieces here or there that add that extra component. The second part of your question, so when we planned for this, for the 2023 bond, we really tried to look at campuses that had the ALS program, right, and kind of identify enhanced accessibility for those. Now that we've seen the pricing and kind of how it comes in, my goal would be that this could be the standard, but we'll just have to see how it matches up with those budgets that we have for the regular playground replacements and the bond. So, sure.
I mean, ultimately, I think, that would be something we would need to talk about with y'all, because there was definitely specific playgrounds based on that life skills program. And so we wouldn't want to make any adjustments until we have a chance to talk with the board committee about that and then bring that forward for y'all to consider. But the surface as well on the enhanced accessibility is one of the main changes, because we know that wood chips can be challenging. So Randy, you want to talk for a second about
Absolutely.
that?
Thank you for bringing that up. I failed to mention that. So it's actually a synthetic turf product is what will be under the playground for these. So a lot easier to navigate on that. So, sure.
And then I'm going to call this the Angie Cox memorial question, which is, what are we doing with the old playgrounds and the bleachers? Is there any useful life left in them at all?
Really, no. I mean, if you look at the assessment and some of the scores from these items, they're not. There's not a lot of components that have a ton of life left in them. Now, the first set of playgrounds that we're doing were not identified based on the facilities assessment. It was that they were identified because of the program, right? So we mentioned that in the 2023 bond. Could there potentially be some life left on some of those features? Maybe, but it's very difficult when you start to dismantle things, take them apart, move them around. There's usually not a lot of value left at that point. So,
I appreciate that. All right. Well, I think you're just staying right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Would be my guess.
I'll be here if you need me. Yeah.
Yes. So the 2017 bond program.
I think we still have some technology items. I think.
Oh, you have some technology
Yep.
in here?
Yep.
Well, we see.
We just split
Where'd you
this.
go? F, G, and H.
Yep.
Well, see, you stopped in the middle.
For questions.
Don't do that.
All right, I'll pick up on the technology topics. So this first one is related to campus sound and paging. So at previous work session, we talked about potentially bringing a consent item to the board in May. However, as Chris's team's been working on the planning process, we are determining more needs. We had talked about Lewisville High School as a location that if we replaced that we could get some spare equipment, but we also have now identified the need to replace equipment at Rockbrook, Independence, McAuliffe, and Lily Jackson. So, we're going to have to expand the scope on that with what funds we have in the year two, first sale of the bond. We believe we have enough budget there to do that, but we're planning on bringing a future consent item forward on that one. Just thought I'd bring it back because we talked about this once before with anticipating bringing a consent item. This next item for Classroom AV, this is pretty early in the process, but I just wanted to get it on your radar and really everybody's radar because it potentially could be a bit of a change. So in the standard that we used in the 2017 bond for Classroom AV was essentially a projector, short throw projector, an idea board, and that technology is kind of changing. So what we're looking at now is we're evaluating interactive flat panel displays. So we have, I think, 5 different manufacturers that have brought sample gear in. We have them set up over by Learning and Teaching. The digital learning team is evaluating that. We're trying to, identify specs and requirements that we can do some sort of procurement. So essentially what we would be doing is comparing, is that better technology and does it meet our needs better, but at the budget that we established? So until we go through that full exercise, we're not going to know, but obviously Randy just got done talking about, planning construction projects in 2025. Well, if we end up making a change, then we would update our, what are called Division 27 specs, which his team uses to bid out some of that work. So we want to make sure we're getting out ahead of that before, they get too far down the path, because it would change a little bit, what equipment we're putting out there. So ultimately, this isn't a consent item that we're going to bring back very quickly. I just wanted you to be aware that we're evaluating that and looking at that technology. That space has changed quite a bit. Like if you look back at 2017, when you look at your image space, the cost on that type of technology has come down. It's become more reliable, so we actually think it could be a viable option. So we're exploring that. On the next item, this is regarding our 1-to-X student device replacement project, and I wrote about this in the board letter as well, and we made a few changes to this, but ultimately what we're looking here is essentially two different separate recommendations. And in May, what we're looking at for next week, we're bringing basically the iPads themselves, the accessories, and the professional services would include Apple Care. Ultimately, we're looking at pre-K through 3, 7 through 9, grades 11 and 12. Now, the other part to this, and I wrote about this in the board letter as well, way back early in COVID, there was what was called the Emergency Connectivity Program. And it was essentially money that was, administered through the federal E-rate program that gave districts the opportunity to get devices for students and staff. Well, we had devices for students and staff, so we really couldn't apply for that. But as that program kind of went through changes, there was Wave 1, Wave 2, Wave 3. So when Wave 3 came out, I looked at the language on there on what the delivery date was for possible devices, and I was thinking, man, our fleet's going to be pretty old. Could we justify that? So we talked to our E-rate consultant, and he thought it was kind of a shot in the dark, but go ahead and apply. So we did, and we ended up getting funded for that. So there's about $5 million in there that would be reimbursement. So the delivery date has to be June 30th of 2024. So as I've said to you, we've been kind of holding on the Apple and the iPad piece, because Apple tomorrow, actually, they're going to have a product release, and it's going to be around new iPads. Of course, Apple keeps everything very close to vest. We've been trying to research rumor forums and talking to anybody we can, in the Apple area to see, is anything going to be happening that could change this recommendation? We don't think so. That said, it's possible, okay? But as it stands now, and as I said, we wrote this up in the board report, our plan is to bring the full recommendation of devices forward for May. Okay, so if something changes, obviously we'll know that tomorrow. I'll update you, but we're not anticipating that. And then in June, what we would be bringing is a recommendation just around the staffing needs. So that should look familiar. Back in December at the work session, I said that as we bring these projects forward, we're going to need staff, right, to help implement those projects. And that's going to be a combination of some professional services, which is, project management, some engineering, and then, in the process of receiving the devices, right, getting them unboxed and tagged, that's $30,000, but it's also you're handling you're receiving another $30,000 that you're collecting. So it's a massive project. I think we would all prefer not to have our fleet at the age it currently is, but that's what it is. So anyway, it's a pretty big undertaking. So we're going to be bringing a recommendation for staff that can help us implement that project, through the summer and then into the fall when school starts. And then also, I said too, we'd look at, in certain instances, when does it make sense to actually potentially hire a position and then through attrition absorb it, kind of similar to what Randy does with construction as well, versus contracting it out. So we're going to, in this next month here, we have some a procurement process going out that'll help us analyze that, and we'll bring a recommendation forward. And that said, as I said, this has changed a little bit in the week leading up to this. So I noticed a couple changes on the deck that was in board book, and I changed them. So I'll just point those out as we're going here today. I just changed them here this evening. So bear with me as we go. I apologize for that. And it'll be into the consent item and questions. But if you have questions on what I shared right now in the technology area, I'll try to answer those.
Ms. Lasan?
This is not a question. This is a kudos. As long as I've been sitting here, Mr. Colbeck, it seems like you have found pennies from heaven, and I guess we read this, in our board notes, I guess, what was it, last week or something like that? And I was reading it and I was like, $5 million? I mean, good Lord, anyway. But it seems like you've been doing this for the past 6 or 7 years. And I mean, you've saved money. You still have money left from the 2017 bond. You guys have spent that so well. And I just, major kudos to you and your team for that. I mean, $5 million, I don't even know. That's just so exciting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Barker.
I'm going to tag on to that. If any of the state lawmakers are listening, we manage our money well. We're facing a deficit not because of what we do, but because of the situation that we're in, thanks to the state of Texas.
Ms. Sells.
And I'm going to piggyback on Dr. Barker and say not only if our legislators are listening, but also our taxpayers. I think it's very important when we go out like we did this last Saturday for bond proposals that they also realize that not only are we really financially good stewards of the funds that we have, but our staff walks right alongside of us, and knowing that just like Ms. Lassonde said, every one of those little pennies from heavens count, and it helps us in every way possible. So thank you and kudos. Appreciate it.
Anybody else? So I actually have a question.
Sure.
'Cause it's me. So you talked about the change for the specs and the timeline. So, and you said quick. So is that June?
I think what we're going to end up doing here, so this week we're actually meeting. We're meeting with the manufacturers for these interactive displays, and the goal on that is to come out and say, well, what makes sense, and are there certain features that really enhance this, from an instructional perspective? And I think there's going to be. So what we want to do is get that documented, work with the purchasing department, and get some sort of a quote out there. So that's not going to be something this summer. But what it's going to allow us to do, I think, is get to a point where can we afford to implement that technology based upon what we budgeted? Yes or no? And if it's no, the specs aren't going to change, and we'll move forward with what we've been doing. If it does make sense financially, and it gives us, as good or better, right, display option in a classroom, then we'd be going that direction. We'd be letting Randy know, too, because it'll impact the scope of work a little bit for, let's say you're doing a 20-year refresh, instead of putting the projector and all that, it would be a display. And there's also decision points on that as well, where, and I've talked to some surrounding school districts as well that have done this. Some of them mount them on the wall, some of them don't. Some of them keep them on carts, where some teachers want whiteboards, or more whiteboard space. So it does impact the instructional space. It definitely does. So I think what we're trying to do is do a good job of looking at the pros and cons of each of those options, and then picking a direction, and at that point we bring something back. So it's definitely not going to be this summer. I would think it'd be early fall at the earliest.
Your definition of quick and my definition of quick are two different things. That's why I asked.
Yep.
All right. Now, the 2017 bond program. What? Oh,
Yep.
you've got next steps.
Yep, we still have some next
on here?
steps.
It's not on
I think
here.
you're up first, Randy. Yep.
So this slide's easy. All of the items I told you guys we're going to come back next Monday night are just highlighted on this slide right here. So those are the ones that you will see again as consent items next Monday.
Yeah, on the technology side, just to, point out a couple things. These were items that we had talked about in previous work sessions. So the data center, our UPS hardware replacement. This is the electrical portion that's coming through as consent, as well as our enterprise backup system, our security cameras, and then on the in board book, you're going to see a discrepancy in there. It had just pre-K 3 through 12, but what I'm displaying here is it includes the 7th and 9th, as well as 11th and 12th grade. So those would be consent items for May, and then Randy will cover June discussion, I guess.
Okay, so June discussion items right now, we're planning on the 2023 bond all high school track and field event lighting guarantee maximum price, as well as the 2023 bond, the CSP for the emergency responder radio systems. So we're hoping to have both of those. And then potentially some year one architect selections for our 2024 bond that we did not put on here because this was turned in last week. So,
And on discussion for June, essentially, it's going to limit us. If we're bringing the iPads forward all in May, we'll only have the staffing needs for that project as a discussion item in June, which ultimately would lead to consent as well.
and then we will follow up with consent items for the two discussion items I just mentioned, the GMP and the ERS CSP project.
And for us, for June consent, I will say that the campus sound and paging, that's very tentative. I don't know if we're going to be able to get all those that additional scope all in there by June. If we can, we will. Otherwise, just the staffing needs, again, would be the consent item for June as far as the 1-to-X project. And I think that is it.
Any questions? All right. Dr. Rapp, 2017 bond program.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Okay, so just a quick reminder that this is about the last STEM Academy. This finishes out all of our 5 feeders for STEM. So Griffin Middle School will be implementing the STEM program, and as a result of that, we need to talk about their marquee, like what we've done with the other schools, and that would come out of the 2017 bond. So I'll let Randy talk about that.
All right. So as Dr. Rapp mentioned, this is part of the 2017 bond. Back in the 2017 bond, we had a little placeholder in there for renovations of possible academies, and we had used that funding for all of the STEM academies that we did in the 2017 bond. It's our recommendation to use that same funding. There's still money available there. Griffin Middle School, they would like to have this live for August, and so we think that is very doable to get this work done over the summer. The only real difference here from what we've done in the past, we have typically hired an architecture firm to help us with this. I don't feel like we need to do that. We have the capability in-house, and we feel like the scope of this particular project lends itself towards that. We're just basically redoing some lettering on the marquee and a couple of interior signage pieces. So with that, there will be a consent item next week, and what you're going to be looking at is basically the construction delivery method of job order contract. And you will also be looking at just anticipated expenditures of a not to exceed $30,000. We don't have the actual pricing in hand yet, but this will give us the go ahead to get that pricing and get this work done for August. So with that, I'd answer any questions you have.
No questions. I'm so excited
All right, thank
that
you.
we're not using an architect.
We're using an architect. It's just an internal architect. So.
It's very exciting to me.
Thank you.
Moving on, it's the finance report. Mr. Rayer.
And Jeremy wanted to make sure he presented this in his last meeting.
Good evening, Madam President. Dr. Rapp, members of the board, appreciate an opportunity to share a couple of potential hazardous condition traffic area updates for the upcoming school year for your consideration next week. I don't know, am I on? Do y'all have the slides? That can be the other one. That's fine. I can talk through these without it. But basically, we had a couple. McCamey Middle School Area 1 had, since 1819, has had a couple of areas on either side of Flower Mound Road and Bruton-Oran Road. Basically, this fall has brought to our attention that really needs to be filled in between to be consistent with what the board has previously designated in that particular area. And then due to some new development along 2499 and down by Geralt at 2499, the Southgate area, as well as 301 Silver Run, those need to be updated, and we're recommending that area, again, it's consistent with some of the other hazardous conditions and areas in that particular feeder or that particular attendance zone. Because we don't have any other attendance zones, there are no other changes to bring forth. We've been relatively consistent the last several years on what we've had there. But because there is the change, CNA, board policy CNA local requires that you adopt a new resolution if you want to make those official. So those proposed updates will be available for your consideration at the next meeting.
Are there
That's
any
all I got.
questions? The only thing I would add is we're not changing any of the other already established areas, correct?
That is
It's not
correct.
like we're just making these two. We're just adding.
Yes,
That's the
correct.
recommendation. All right, thank you. Next up, meal prices for the 2024-25 school year.
Good evening. Thanks for having me back this month. To provide some background, as you guys are all aware, we are mandated to follow USDA guidelines for both our student and adult meal pricing each year. This does not require, we do not have any requirements for a la carte. We'll review the cost and availability of those items over the summer. You got me? Okay, thank you. To provide a historical look at our meal prices over the years, we've got 10 years worth of meal prices here. As you can see, up until we get to year 1920 into 2021, things are very stable. We move up at each of those years from 5 to 15 cents pretty regularly as needed, as required. And then our last update was actually between the 21-22 into the 22-23 school year, where we increased by 10 cents for our student pricing. Last year, we did decide to take advantage of a waiver that was available if we had an excess fund balance. That fund balance is still in excess, as you all know, so that waiver is actually available again this year. So that's what we'll be recommending to take advantage of this year. A look at our comparable districts in the area for breakfast. As you guys can see, we are very below average here, 32 for breakfast, and at our elementaries and 41 cents lower than for our secondaries here. So lots of opportunity for increases to get back up to that average, but we're still not the lowest in the area. A little closer to comparable districts here at lunch. Only 9 cents below the average for elementary students and 29 cents for our secondary students. So in a better place for lunch, and that is a main mandate that we have to increase every year. So we're in a pretty good spot for lunch right now. Again, we will be looking at our adult meal prices later in the summer. That we'll have to have our reimbursable, our meal reimbursement rates that will be updated later in July. That we'll take a look at that and let you know where we'll need to be for our adult meal prices. I don't anticipate more than 5 to 10 cents for an increase there. Last year we did again take advantage of that waiver, and with our current high fund balance, we'd recommend taking advantage of the same. And with that, we don't anticipate any further action for you guys there. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Turner, you are always welcome to come back to any board meeting. It's an open invitation. We are never seeing him again. Next, we have the fiscal year 24 budget projection update for M&O funds.
All right, thank you. Tonight we'll continue to take a look at the current year budget. And so the update will be on the revenue and expenditures. We've updated those for May, so that would be through activity of April. And so taking a look first at our local revenue, you'll see that the biggest changes are in tax collections and interest earnings. Tax collections are significantly lower than what was adopted in the budget. And as you'll recall, we've talked about this throughout the year, but there was some legislation that took place after the budget was adopted that changed your homestead exemption and then also your freeze values. And so that significantly reduced the tax collections that were included in the budget. That's going to be the case with all districts. Lewisville is not alone in that. And so where you'll see a decrease on your tax collections, you will see an increase on your state funding that we'll see on the next slide. On the interest earnings, thankfully, the one positive, that we could see right now in the economy is on the interest rates that we're receiving. And so those have held very steady throughout the year. There's been talk about reducing those, possible reductions throughout the year, but so far those reductions have not taken place. And so you'll see we've already earned, or we're projecting to earn about $8 million more than what was included in the budget. So overall, for the total local revenue, the adopted budget was $448 million. We're currently projecting $433 million. Then on the state revenue, as I mentioned, the foundation school program, we'll see an increase there. Since we're not going to receive as much on the tax collection side, we will receive more on the state funding side. So we're currently projecting about a $5 million increase. And then, that's subject to change, and we'll continue to track what our attendance is for the remainder of the year, because the attendance, since that's based on how our state funding comes in, is based on attendance. That could be impacted through the last few weeks of the school year. And then on the federal revenue, the biggest change there is in the school health related services. We projected a budget of $7.5 million, which was consistent to where we would have been in previous years. As of May, we're currently only projecting 2.4. I've shared with you in previous board updates that there were some new rules that were put into place that changed the ratios and how our reimbursement calculation was done this year, and not just for us, once again, for all districts in Texas. And changing the ratio significantly reduced what districts are projected to receive now. And so, we thought we were going to be closer to what was adopted, and right now we're projecting 2.4. We have appealed the 2022 cost report, which those funds would play into the amount of revenue that we're going to receive. And so we're working with our SHARS vendor to appeal that, and we'll keep our fingers crossed, hopeful that we'll receive a little bit of additional funding. But at this point, we're looking at, worst case being $5 million down from what we budgeted. And so this is just kind of looking at the overall general operating revenue for the year. The adopted budget was $558 million. We're currently projecting $545 million, which is a difference of $13 million. So we're looking at about 98% of what was projected. Now, taking a look at the operating expenditures, you'll see the payroll, $412 million. We're currently projecting pretty close to that, just under $411 million. So overall, we projected, or the revised budget was $573 million. We're currently projecting $555 million, so that would be savings of $18 million. And then just to summarize the revenue and the expenditures, as I mentioned, revenue is down, expenditures are down as well. So the adopted budget included a deficit of about $15 million. Right now, we're projecting a deficit of about $9.9 million. But that was before we did a district budget reduction. And so looking through department budgets to see what funds could be pulled back and not used for the remainder of the year, through that process, we were able to identify about $7.4 million. So that will further reduce the projected deficit for the rest of the year. And then at this time, we're looking at possibly using some land sale offset to offset some of the expenditures that we've had this year of about $1.5 million. And so that would bring our current projected deficit down to just over $1 million. So significantly less than what was adopted, which was closer to $15 million. And so, we'll continue to work on that through the coming months to see how much lower that we can get that deficit. And so the next slide, kind of tying in the deficit to what our fund balance and what our fund balance requirements are. As a reminder, CE local, board policy CE local states that we need to maintain 25% of our expenditures and fund balance, less recapture. And we talked at the last meeting about not only taking recapture out of that, but also TRS on behalf. because TRS on behalf is really just a pass-through. It's not actually an expenditure that we're making, and so we would have offsetting revenue to match up with it. So this chart here would show you how we would end up the year if we took recapture and TRS on behalf out of the calculations. So if we did that, we'd be looking at a 25% of our expenditures would be $129 million, and we'd be looking right now at projecting an ending fund balance of $131.5 million. So we would exceed that 25%. So some of our next steps for the remainder of the year is to close out fiscal year expenses, to work with campuses and departments to make sure that any purchase orders put in this year, as many as possible, we can get them closed out before the end of the year to make sure those expenses hit the books in this fiscal year. To keep track of our attendance, to see how we end up for the next few weeks, and that's going to impact how that impacts our revenue and also our recapture payments. And then in June, we'll submit a budget amendment to the board. So the funds that were taken back from the departments, those have actually been removed from their department budgets. And so right now we have them in a holding account, and we'll bring that to the board in June to approve, to reduce the budget. And then the last one, as I mentioned, is revising C local in June to remove the TRS on behalf from the calculation.
Ms. Taylor?
I'm not all doom and gloom tonight, so I just want to say kudos to Dr. Rapp and the team. Wow, to go from a $14.9 million deficit down to $1 million. I'll take a page out of my colleague's playbook talking about how well we manage the little that we have. And when faced with that, I know it's painful to think about cuts and expense reductions and all that, but very necessary. And again, I can't say how proud and happy I am to see that how this deficit went down to really almost even. I know it's still $1 million, but from where you started. And again, to say, even with our partners not being good partners, we are still able to do what we need to do to keep this district in good shape. And I think, again, that I'm going to give it a round of applause because that's great work. And so keep it up, and hopefully our partners will do what they need to do. But I think this speaks to how well we are, how good of a job we do as financial stewards. I think, as Ms. Sells said, also to the community. We're not just spending money over here, and that's sometimes can be the narrative in public, that we are not good stewards, we're spending a lot of money, but this shows that we tighten our belts when we have to, because we can't count on our legislators to help us.
Dr. Barker?
I know I'm the broken record tonight, but I'm going to say it again. We manage our funds well. And to take a page out of Ms. Prosnick's book, so give us the control, because we manage our funds well, and support us with funds from the state, because we manage our funds well. And I'm seeing other districts making decisions right now that I've talked to some of my colleagues on other boards and said, you're putting us in a very difficult situation with some of the decisions that you're making, despite the budget deficits that you have. We're not doing that. We're not putting our district in a situation that is untenable and unsustainable, despite the lack of support from our state. I'll leave it at that.
Dr. Bonner?
So things are pointed upward and to the right, correct, as we progress through the budget year, and I'm appreciative of having a thematic colleague on my left, and a CPA on my right. They bring such good knowledge to the board, and I'm thankful. I'm also thankful for our new CFO, who has managed to land the plane on payroll costs across 9 months to 0.5 percentage point. And I know you weren't here when the budget started, but you still get credit. That's remarkable. That is remarkable, to be able to do that. And so I'm just thankful for the work that's being done. I look forward to the work that will be done. I know it's difficult out there to do that, but I'm appreciative. So thank you all very much.
Absolutely, Ms. Taylor.
More of a question. With regards to attendance, have we seen the trend be as, I guess we're at the end of the school year, we're closing out the school year. Do we see our numbers in attendance drop significantly? Is that like a trend? Because it's tied to the revenue, right?
Yeah, definitely in the spring too, you take a loss a little bit with all those early graduates. So we take a loss when we come back from winter break, and then we start to trend a little bit back upward. So, trying to average out for that attendance is something we've been talking about as we're working on the fiscal year 25 budget. But definitely the spring, in the early winter, we had some flu that hit us. And, of course, we took a loss on the solar eclipse day, which that's another situation there. But, you definitely try to climb back up from that for sure. And I want to say thank you to the leadership team. I appreciate the thanks that y'all have provided publicly as well. These conversations are very hard, and we know this is a combination of both people and budgets that we're all paying for services to campuses, and that is very, very difficult to navigate, and their leadership is invaluable through all of that, so I'm very appreciative.
So I want to echo, I'm appreciative of the work and the cuts, but we will feel it. Even though it's attrition, and I appreciate the fact that these have what we like to call the least impact on the classroom, but they will have an impact for a service ticket that goes out that's not going to get taken care of quite as quickly as it once was. So it's not like we had, I want to make it clear, it's not like we were sitting on, $14 million and we were spending it frivolously. We just found ways to claw back some money by not hiring people for positions through attrition and making what I would like to call just some adjustments in spending and how we're doing that. So I greatly appreciate the work. I think kudos, as Dr. Bonner said, to be within 0.5% is incredible. It has never happened while I have sat on this board, and I greatly appreciate it. So I'm going to ask the question, is there more to cut?
I think ultimately, as you talked about, we're reaching the point, at least with subscriptions, summer school, materials, supplies, the amount of changes we've made to central office departments through attrition, that there's really not much more at this point that could be done regarding that. And so, things from here will have to continue to look at things that are happening at the campuses. We'll talk about that in the fiscal year 25 coming up. But we're definitely reaching a point where, we've done as much as we can, I believe, to close the deficit in that regard. And the campuses are absolutely, I agree with you, feeling it. I heard somebody, a principal tell me the other day something that took 2 days to get through is now taking 5. And that impacts their ability to use their budget to procure materials for their campus. So that there will be impacts for sure.
Dr. Bonner.
Ms. Prosnick, you inspired me to say one more thing. I appreciate that. Dr. Roy used to say this. He used to say, whatever the legislature does, we're going to have school. And his point was, kids are going to be here and we're going to educate them. But what is school going to look like? And that's what he would say. And that's the point this evening is the finance department's done a great job. Dr. Rapp, our campus principals have done a great job. What's school going to look like? And that's where we need our legislative colleagues to step up and clothe themselves in partnership with public education. Period, end of story. Thank you.
Yeah, we can cut, but we can't make any money. The only people that can do that is the legislature. And I'm going to remind everybody, again, the money is sitting there. It's not like it's not there. The money was appropriated and it's sitting there, but the legislature took no action to actually give it to us. So, on that happy note, we're going to move on to the May 13th regular board meeting consent agenda.
All right, it's a very busy month in the procurement department. I think they may all be busy, but this is a very busy one. So just walking through the new bids, purchases. So the first one, looking at a CSP for stage and theater supplies, which will includes repairs for stage lighting, public address systems, curtains, audio, rigging technicians, as well as safety inspections. The RFP for on-site behavior classroom operation. This is a new bid to provide an alternative solution for staffing and operating the team emotional academic motivational success program, and could help address high staff turnover, staffing shortages, and help with maintaining the safety of students and staff in the program. Now, looking at the 2023 bond program and some of the purchases, the first one, electrical services for the data center uninterruptible power supply project. This provides electrical service units which are critical for supporting the district's networking infrastructure. The approval of the enterprise backup system replacement is the replacement of the system that needs to be replaced due to aging. Also, the approval of fine arts musical instruments, which is the replacement of approximately half of the district's musical instruments that are at or beyond usable life cycle. And then the approval of security camera storage replacement. This is needed to support the district's video management system and store the data from the security cameras across the campus or across the district. And then as far as the 2017 bond program, the first one is approval of renewal of BNWware support products, and this provides software support licenses and technical assistance that's critical to support the district's virtual server infrastructure. The current agreement will expire on May 31st. And then we have quite a few annual purchases. The first one is the approval of our annual agreement between Community and Schools of North Texas and the district, which we have a partnership with them that's lasted for more than 10 years in helping facilitate the academic and personal success of students who may be experiencing the effects of at-risk environments. The second one is consider approval of Texas After School Centers on Education, MOU. And the MOU establishes the relationship and responsibilities in the implementation of the Texas After School Centers on Education, and that's funded by the 21st Century Community Learning Center grant. And then we have a RFP renewal for yearbooks. If renewed, this is the final year of the awarded bid that provides campuses with multiple yearbook vendors to choose from. Also a renewal of our RFP for custodial cleaning services. If awarded, or the board awarded the contract with ABM in March of 2021 for custodial services. If approved, this would be the fourth of an 8-year term. There's no wage increase or non-labor cost adjustment included in the estimated 2024-25 expenditures. And then renewal of our employee benefits third-party administrator to help administer the 403B and the 457 voluntary employee benefit programs. Renewal of the RFP for the food services management company. If approved, this would be the second renewal of a 5-year contract with Aramark Student Nutrition. The renewal includes a CPI increase for food cost. And then charter transportation services, which this contract provides options for student competitions and other district special events held outside the district. The Denton Regional Day School Program for the Deaf. The board approved the shared service arrangement with Denton ISD for this program back in August of 2021. We are anticipating an increase from 9 to 11 students in this program for 2024-25, so that would be as increased for the cost. Fire and security systems and monitoring services. This would provide options for fire security systems monitoring needed for district operations to provide a safe environment for students and staff. Facility vehicles. This would be purchase 3 cargo vans needed by the Facility Services Department that were previously approved by the board, but the district was unable to receive the vans due to supply issues. So the new vans would be available for a May 2024 delivery. Then a mobile device management system that would provide the capability to monitor, manage, and secure student and staff devices from malware and cyber threats. And then public safety equipment, supplies, and other related products which are needed to provide a safe environment for students and staff. And that's the completion of a very busy month.
Are there any questions, comments? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ware. Next up, fiscal year 25 budget actions. Dr. Rapp.
All right, Madam President and Mr. Rare, and I will take different pieces of this. I'm going to start us out. I really did not think I was going to talk through this graph again, but I have to bring it back up. I really was not going to do it, but at the end of the day, what happened recently is, and I shared with all of you that there were remarks from Governor Abbott about the fact that school funding in our state is upwards of $12,000 to $14,000 per student, and that there not being an increase to the basic allotment is a bogus talking point on the part of school officials. So I am coming back to this graph as we start off with the fiscal year 25 budget conversation, because where that $14,000 figure is coming from is ultimately the information put together by the Texas Education Agency. And it's so important to remember that how they're getting to $14,000, they're including bond funds. That's that orange amount. So $1,600 of the $14,000 is average bond expenditure. They're including ESSER funds for that school year, which of course we know no longer will exist in future years. This is a graph that's in the arrears. And then they're including the golden and copper pennies. That tier 2 is part of the $10,000 in green. And we know the only way you get golden and copper pennies, of course, is to go out to the voters. Thank you again to our voters. And then the TRS on behalf is one of the other big things that I will point out here, and have done so for several months now. You just saw in the fiscal year 24 report, Mr. Rare say $30 million of TRS on behalf is passed through Lewisville ISD. We cannot utilize that money in order to pay one single dollar to a teacher or to the costs that we have. And so that also is unfortunately inflating the amount that is showing there in that $14,000. So the only amount that every school district gets is the basic allotment, that $6,160 that's inside that $10,000. So I would just say that we continue to indicate this is not a bogus talking point, and that this depiction needs to be done differently because it's inflating the conversation in our state around what school districts have. And with that being said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Rare for property values.
All right, so this slide is a timeline of the tax year 2024. And so just wanting you to, as a reminder that this is a long process. And so we're just at the very start of the process where we've received our preliminary property values from our appraisal districts. And that'll continue. We'll continue to receive updates on our values until they're certified in July. But that's still very early in the process. And so those values, even though we're going to adopt our budget based on those certified values, those values could change all throughout the tax year. And so you'll see that in 2025, then the comptroller gets involved, not only the appraisal district and TEA, but also the comptroller, as far as taking a look at what the values are. And so we won't actually receive our final certified values until August of 25. So almost, the entire fiscal year passed when we received the certified values, and our budget was adopted based on those. And so the next slide will look at our April property value estimate that we received from our appraisal districts. And so we're looking at $56.8 billion. And you'll see on the chart there that how we've changed over the last few years. And so we've saw pretty steady growth, and then we saw a little bit of a dip for this upcoming year, and that's based on, as I mentioned earlier, the homestead exemptions, the freeze values. And so the values that we received in April, we try to take a look at what the trend is between April and certified to see, on average, how much do they increase or decrease. And so when we receive values from the Denton Central Appraisal District, they were up about 10% from last year. And we were told that, historically, I would expect about a 7% decrease. And so that's why you'll see on the chart that our values are higher, but that's based on what they presented to us in April. But based on what that trend, we believe that trend will be, we don't think there'll be as high of an increase as what we're showing right now. And so on the tax rate, the same thing, same process. We use the values that we receive. Once we receive the certified values, that's when we submit those to TEA. And so through that process, TEA will calculate our maximum compressed tax rate, and then they'll certify that back to us, and then that's going to be the tax rate that we'll bring to the board in August for approval. And so this is just kind of taking a look at our historical tax rate, and you'll see both the M&O tax rate and the INS tax rate and what it's done since 2018. We currently, for next year, for fiscal year 25, we're projecting a very minimal tax compression. And so we've seen pretty significant tax compression over the last few years, but we're at the floor, and there's really not much. The state's already come out. There's not really much further compression that they're projecting for districts that are already at the floor. And so that's why you'll see for M&O, rounded to 2 decimal places, there's really not a change on there, but you'll see a little bit of a change on an upcoming slide. And so starting to take a look at the budget forecast for fiscal year 25, and these are revenue forecast assumptions that we've talked about in previous meetings, but we're looking at projected enrollment of 48,100. At snapshot this year, we were at 48,440, so a little bit lower than that. Estimated ADA, looking at 44,733. Instead of taking a look at like a certain percentage of our enrollment, like 95% or 96%, we look to see more at what our refined ADA, because that's actually how we're funded, what's that correlation of the refined ADA to our enrollment. And so we looked at that based on our last few years, that's more like 93%. So we were using 93% of the enrollment to come up with that estimated ADA. Our certified estimated values that we received in April, as I mentioned, we'll continue to update those as we get updated values from our appraisal districts until we bring the certified values in July. And then the M&O tax rate, right now that's projecting a tax rate of 0.7469. Right now we're at 0.7492. So as I mentioned, very little change for next year. There's currently, in our assumptions, no change to the basic allotment, so that's keeping it at $6,160, which it's been at since 2019. And then a small increase to the Tier 2 Golden Penny yield, going up by $3.31 per WADA. And then looking at our expenditure assumptions, our recapture assumption is now, our estimated assumption is a little bit lower than what was brought last month, so we're now looking at about $13.9 million. Our payroll, continuing to project, 98% fill rate there. And so, we've adjusted that based on right-sizing campus staffing based on enrollment decrease and also central office staff and other budget reductions. And then the anticipated increases for fuel, insurance, and contracts, we'll continue to work on that in the upcoming months as we get those estimates from our providers. Right now, we're projecting anticipated an increase of $1.5 million. And so the initial budget forecast that was brought at a previous meeting was a deficit of $14.1 million. And so since that time, we've been working on budget reductions. And so Dr. Rapp will update
Yep,
us.
so you all passed your budget resolution guiding principles, and a couple of things I want to highlight tonight of progress that we're making, specifically under community engagement cornerstone. Your guiding principle was to protect and preserve the intellectual capital and expertise that has built the systems of our school district as I go forth and look for budget reductions. And so our action recently, our middle school staff have been updated on this. We shared with all of them last week that next school year our middle school core content teachers will teach 7 out of 8 periods, and we will no longer double block ELA with 90 minutes. This is estimated to put the district on a path of saving $8 million. Under the resource stewardship cornerstone, our guiding principle of increasing efficiency of course offerings and electives as we look at our overall student enrollment stabilizing, our action on this one is continuing to analyze our lower enrollment high school electives and continuing to look at efficiency in middle school and high school schedules, and I'll continue to keep you all updated about the work that we have going on there. Our guiding principle about right-sizing our facilities to enrollment, we are creating the Community Efficiency Committee, and we have a small presentation on that coming up here in just a minute as well. And so with that work of looking at the changes that we're making based on y'all's guiding principles, we've been able to reduce the forecasted deficit from $14 million to $8 million currently as we're forecasting the fiscal year 25 budget. We'll continue to keep you all updated as we're working through our budget reduction processes as well. So with that said, if we're thinking about right now a forecasted $8 million deficit, we know that one of the conversations that you all get asked a lot is, what about compensation for next school year? So as you know, you asked us over a year ago to survey staff, and so you asked that we bring this back up, a reminder about how did staff respond on compensation. So this is from February of 2023. We had over 3,500 staff respond, and at that time 87% said they want all funds available in a salary increase. 84% of staff see a retention payment as the next most important option. And then there were the options that we asked about ranked in order of value. Outside of salary raises being number one, after that, retention, an increase in local days of leave, contribution to a 403B, health clinic, daycare center, and then payment for referral of staff to the school district. So as we consider fiscal year 25, a couple of options for you all to discuss this evening could be a percentage of the midpoint increase. It's interesting to note that a 1% midpoint increase raise for staff would be approximately $665 per teacher. A 1% raise would cost us $4 million. So if you start with an $8 million deficit, if you decided to do a 1% raise, that deficit now goes up to $12 million with a 1% raise. If you were considering a one-time payment, you could consider a $500 one-time payment. That'd be $3.5 million. A $1,000 one-time payment for all staff would be $7 million. Or if you wanted to consider $1,000 for teachers one time and $500 for all other staff, that would be $5.5 million. Again, you'd have to add any of those choices to the deficit. There are definitely things to consider when you are looking at the fact we're facing a deficit and there's no hope in sight from the legislature to provide any relief. Salary raises are a recurring expenditure, and to Dr. Barker's point earlier, that is an ongoing commitment to a continued deficit, and that would require identifying that amount in budget reductions to continue to cover that ongoing expense. Salary raises do help to continue to make progress on our placement in the market, which we know you all have worked so hard on these last several years, and it is TRS creditable compensation. Whereas one-time payments, while they do not continue to impact future year budgets, the amount of a one-time payment, as we saw, is almost equivalent or potentially even higher than a 1% raise. It's probably not TRS creditable compensation. Mr. Rare is continuing to work through that, and we'll continue to keep you updated on what we find out about that. Any further information or questions as you all are discussing your thoughts on compensation from tonight? We could bring any follow-up information that you would be seeking at next Monday night's board meeting as you continue to consider the fiscal year 25 forecast. And then ultimately, the target would be for the June board meeting to determine what your decision would be around compensation with the fiscal year 25 forecast as well. So our next steps from a finance perspective, I'll let Mr. Rare cover those, and then we'll turn it over to you all for discussion.
So as I mentioned, we would continue to update our property values until we receive the certified values in July. We would submit our TEA property values survey. We've already solicited participants for the Community Efficiency Committee, so we'd begin to work with them to look at our facilities. Then we would also submit the local property value study to TEA, at which time we'd receive our maximum compressed tax rate that could be brought forward for adoption in August. And then just continuing advocacy efforts for next year, just to see if there's any possibility out there for any additional funding that we could receive.
Ms. Taylor.
Doom and gloom is back. I think, and I'm sure I probably speak for all the board members, that we definitely want to recognize our staff. And if we would give them the world if we had it in along with 10 money trees. I think it's interesting that we talked about cost cutting and where we ended up for this year's budget and how we're at already, before we do anything, an $8 million deficit. And as you mentioned, with every one of those options, we're increasing the deficit. And what do? Again, you're back to the same situation, cutting expenses, because as we mentioned, we don't have any revenue unless the state partners with us appropriately. And so it's a matter of what do you do? Because again, you're in this conundrum where you want to recognize your staff. You also want to consider retention, right? You want to hold on to your staff, and it's no different from someone in corporate America where, if you don't get a raise, you're looking to get a raise in a new position. So I think we're in a tough spot. We knew we would be here, and it just, makes me angry that we are here, because as has been mentioned, we don't have to be here. The money is available at the state, and we just need support, and we need our partners to fund public education. So that's all I have.
Dr. Barker.
First, I have a question. So we have these values at, $665 per teacher versus a one-time payment of $500. That $665, is that an average across that? So then some would potentially have less than that, and some would potentially have more than that, depending on where they fall within the salary schedule. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
So then if we go with a one-time payment, there's not a differentiation between, in this scenario, there's not a differentiation between years of service or anything like that. I know we had some other options for that as a possibility. I say that because there's been some conversations in some other districts about why they're deciding to give certain raises despite deficits. And part of that is because in some districts there's been such a increase in new teacher pay that there was less of a gap between new teacher pay and experienced teacher pay. Now, we didn't play that game. We didn't raise at the bottom to have that sort of tightness between those levels. So it just makes me conscious of that if, as we think about these scenarios, that are we considering tenure and level within the district? And I know that gets a little bit more complicated, but when you think about a 1% raise, that takes that into consideration. So just something to think about. The other thing that I want to mention, as we've talked about, we are trying our best to manage our money well. And here's what you were talking about before, Madam President, was about the trade-offs. So as a classroom teacher, and I hate to put it this way, but I'm going to put it this way anyway. Would you rather have $665 a year, or would you rather have support in your classroom in the form of an instructional coach or someone in learning and teaching who can provide you with modeled small group lessons? Because that's where those cuts are going to come from. They're going to come from district office. They're going to come from, we've made it our decision that we are going to protect the classroom. So what's outside of the classroom? It's support for the teacher. We can't have both. The state has tied our hands. So now we have to look at what's more important, right? And all of these are elements in our scorecard that we are tracking and want to ensure that we are at high levels for our district. It's an impossible situation. What do we trade off? Salary or support? I don't know the answer to that question. And like my colleague said, it breaks my heart.
Ms. Sells?
I think that probably administration needs direction from this board, because we have done pay that acknowledged years of service in the past, and I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. My colleagues, if you don't, if you can tell me, but there's creativity, and not to dismiss what you've said, because you know how I feel. But to be creative in this, that maybe if we choose the 1%, that maybe we also do some kind of a small payment, thank you, for those with 20 years or such. My only issue with that is we have such a high, and I don't want to say failure rate, but our 0 through 5 year teachers, are they staying? So my issue with that right now is, and I don't have the answer either, is how do we make everyone feel as we truly feel, which is we care about you all. And especially in a situation where legislators will give an association that monitors us for success and wants us to succeed, they'll give them funding for 100 employees, but they won't even give us a minimal increase in funding in the daily allotment. And I think that even just the previous discussion where we lost, I mean, even I think our students are going to feel it. And I think that those students are going to, when they get that opportunity to graduate mid-year, or maybe even we're going to see that number increase. But yet, when they're gone, we don't get to fire a teacher or let them out of their contract, or we don't get to close down 2 classrooms and save money. We are still educating other children within those classrooms. There's just an empty seat there. But our costs are the same. And I don't know in what mechanism of logic that they live in, but that is not where, of course, my mind lies, and it's not where I think logic lies. So I think that we have to be really creative and maybe have some options and just talk through it.
Dr. Bonner?
So the important thing to me about this is valuing and honoring our employees, and this board's done a lot of good work the last few years in getting our compensation across the board up into the upper quartile. I would advocate fighting for that with everything we've got. We've seen other districts around us already raising their salaries 2% and 3%. I've not run the numbers on this, so I may be wrong. Melissa could tell us. Perhaps they're not in the upper quartile and they're catching up. Everybody's got a deficit budget, though, so they're all dipping into fund balance to do it. Some of them are a little bit richer in their fund balance than we are, so they're playing a little bit longer game than we're able to play. And so I agree with my colleagues as far as being creative. And so one thing we can do to be creative is remind our, and this is going to sound disingenuous, I do not mean for it to. One thing we can do to be a little creative with our staff is what are the benefits of working for Lewisville ISD that are non-monetary? Technology, professional learning, great culture, great kids, supportive parents. We need to make sure we're communicating that out to folks as we recruit. Now, that doesn't pay the bills, though, right? So my thought would be we need to do a percentage. I would say 1% is probably the most likely. And I also like, if we have capacity to do this, a one-time payment. And my thoughts that we talked about in 2x2 were, here's my creativity piece. Let's not do any of that until after our audit comes in for this fiscal year. And so I would propose maybe that the board take a resolution, because we'd have to do that as contracts had already begun, if we delay our salary increase until after the audit comes in, October, November. I'm hopeful that's legal. Mr. Rare will tell us if it is not, I'm certain. Even in that instance, we would have to make sure and communicate. Doom and gloom, I can add, and I asked that question about insurance very purposefully. 500 and for employee only, insurance costs are going up $524 a year. And so if we did a $500 one-time payment, well, we're just about even. So we've got to do a little something more than 1%, because 1% would only get you about $12 a month. So we're behind the 8 ball and in a little bit of a pickle.
Ms. Lasan?
So my thoughts were fairly similar to Dr. Bonner's in that so I'm a little hesitant, and I think, have preached and preached, said many times how precious teachers are to me, how much they mean to me. So when I say this, I hope that all that is remembered. Right now I'm just real hesitant to do anything, and I would kind of like to wait a little bit longer if we can. And I assume that we could make it retroactive, any kind of pay the increase that we did. And, here's why. I used to work in municipal government myself. There were years that we just didn't get a raise. And I know it's not because we're valued, it's just because of the way government works. Because here's the thing, a 1% raise is going to put us $4 million in the hole, but it's not going to make that much of a difference in a teacher's pocket. I think, Dr. Bonner, you just said $12, and that might be, I don't know if that's per week, but it's something similar to that. It's not much. And I've mentioned to Dr. Rapp, trying to do other, we've all talked about creative ways, but different things that we could do for teachers. I'm not going to, particularly mention anything here because I don't want to get anybody's excited about anything. But, just different things that we could do that maybe are non-monetary. I agree with, Dr. Bonner and his, HR hat for sure, and reminding, people why we are such a great place to work. But, again, I'm just real hesitant to put us in the hole, especially whenever, Dr. Rapp and team have just spent so much time and energy, finding money, or not finding money. We didn't find any money. We, definitely cut back, on a lot of things, and it's already going to, central office, people always complain, oh, those people are making too much money. Well, I would disagree with that for one thing, but their jobs are already going to be so much harder because they're going to be doing it with less staff. So their staff are going to, be working hard, and I don't know. I just really hate to put us in a position where we're already going to start, we're just making our situation worse.
Ms. Sells?
I just wanted to say I would be okay with I love the audit, wait until the audit to make that decision. But I would like to ask Ms. Herrera, if we had success in the legislatures in the session in May, there's nothing we can do at that point, right? Even as a one-time payment, we're too late in the game. Then, correct?
Well,
because it wouldn't take effect until the next.
If it was approved in May.
Well, or whenever they decided to.
Yeah, and I guess the timing. I mean, that could be done through a resolution as long as that's done prior to the end of the fiscal year. It could still be done. Now, the question is, does that go into their TRS? Is it credible to TRS based on the timing of that? And so, and I'm still doing some research on that because, going back to the one-time pay, the thought is generally no, it's not. It has to be approved before the year starts. And so if it was approved during the year, probably not, but they would still be able to receive that pay as long as it was done by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Alcatev?
I mean, I'm going to share exactly what everyone has said. It's unfortunate. We heard earlier how our staff has worked so hard to fix our deficit, well, not fix, but help alleviate some of the deficit that we're facing currently in this year. And it is very unfortunate that we've had to make some of those steps in order to come within the $1 million deficit of this year. And everyone knows where my heart is with those teachers and those staff members. I've been one of them. I've seen it. I know what they're going through. And being a teacher in today's classrooms is so extremely difficult with all the pressures that are there. For us to sit here and have this discussion, we do. We all 7 want to reward the teachers with as much as we possibly could. If we could give them the moon, we would give them the moon. But unfortunately, our legislators were not partners with us. They did not partner. They did not help us. And so we're having to be creative in ensuring that our teachers are being compensated, whether it's financially or through those other mechanisms such as recognitions and so forth that we've been doing a diligent job on. We have to think on those lines because, like Ms. Taylor said, we're already looking at a $14 million deficit. And then if we add another $4 million, now we just keep increasing it. And we don't want to be in the same situation next year that we're in this year because they're not coming through for us, the legislators. And that is very unfortunate. And my thing on the TRS is also making sure, having conversations with teachers. They don't mind those one-time payments, but if it helps their TRS, that's what they're looking at. They want that TRS service, contributed. And that's something that we definitely need to look into to see that if we do consider that one-time payment, what is the timeline for that to be considered in that? Because I do know that by us offering that to the staff, it's a branch, I definitely would love to do a percent increase, whether it's, the minimal 1% or needed, but also possibly a one-time payment. I do agree that we need to hold off. I don't think that we should be making a decision today until after we've gotten through that audit and kind of see exactly where our numbers are, because I just don't think that we would be responsible with everything that we're trying to do and trying to cut with the budget in making that decision and finding other ways to make sure that our teachers and staff feel loved and important and that we do appreciate them. We really, really do appreciate them, and we want them coming to LASD. We want them coming into LASD and being part of the family and living here and thriving here and giving back to our communities. And so we just really need to take that into consideration, and we're having to do the dirty work, the cleanup work from our legislators.
Dr. Barker?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Alcative, because you reminded me of sitting in budget workshops not yet on the board last year, and we had conversations, I say we, y'all, had conversations, and then we had conversations in forums about what do you do in this situation where we're walking into a legislative session, and the board made the decision, and I said the same thing in a forum, that I would have done the exact same thing, to do a 3% with the expectation that the legislature was going to do something. We had that faith and trust, and we made a decision, again, y'all, made a decision based on that. So I feel like we kind of got burned by making the decision before we had the support from the legislature. So I too am now, and I'm not one to lean. I would normally be like, let's do a 1% or a 2% because I'm with you. TRS is where it's at. And most educators would rather have a % increase than a one-time payment. That's just how it's going to fall. But we've been burned by this game before. So if we can wait, past experience says maybe we should.
Dr. Barker stole my line, which was, since 2019, this board has given pay increases. The legislature has not partnered with us since 2019 in supporting that. And we were able to do that because we had a healthy fund balance. We don't have a healthy fund balance anymore. It meets our policy, but we no longer have that capacity in our fund balance to take that hit for our teachers. And to Dr. Barker's point, last year, I said it. The legislature always plays this game. They're not going to do it. And they come in at midnight and they do it. And they didn't. And so, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I believe we have to wait. I don't like waiting, but I believe we have to wait. Because I think at this point, it is foolish to not. That is, I know, not something that is going to be received well. But we are in charge of sustaining Lewisville ISD. We're not in charge of just taking care of it for a year. We're in charge of sustaining it. And what we have right now is unsustainable. I will remind you again, the money is there. It was just not allocated. We have done our part. I think we've done more than our part in finding ways to reduce our budgets. But we can no longer do what we need to do. We can't, as Ms. Taylor says, we can't make more widgets. We don't get to do that. We solely rely for our M&O on what TEA says we get. By the way, all that M&O doesn't get to stay here. Some of that goes to other places that we collect. But that's another discussion. I believe that we need to do a resolution that would always require us for the payment to be retroactive once we know in October what our audited books look like. And perhaps it would give some incentive as we close out this fiscal year on some spending, that if you're thinking of doing it, maybe you don't do it, because every dollar then becomes precious and able to be spent across the board. That's where my head's at this time.
So I appreciate that, board. And so I'm thinking on Monday night, the 13th, what we would do is bring more information about what that resolution would look and sound like, and any more homework that we have on the TRS creditable piece. And we'll continue to flesh out that resolution and the timeline that you all have talked about today. We'll put that together, and we can continue to also revisit that as we go through June. And that way people will know before y'all take a break in July, a well-deserved break, where we stand on what that resolution could look and sound like, because I think you'll have to adopt it with your budget adoption in August. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So next we have the Community Efficiency Committee.
Yes, okay, just a few slides then in the spirit of continued conversations around budget reduction and those guiding principles. I appreciate the work of Dr. Miller, Mr. Kosh, and Mr. Rare to come together. We are now what the spot was in terms of meeting and planning for the bond. It's now become that time slot for us each week. We'll be talking about our Community Efficiency Committee work. And so ultimately, we're looking to give a charge to the committee, and I wanted to bring this up this evening, but you'll have time to give me plenty of feedback on if this charge is really living in the right space as we prepare for the first meeting, which will be on May the 20th. Really, the charge of the group would be to help the district plan for the future. The committee's charged to represent the entire community in the review of our facility usage versus our enrollment trends, and create recommendations to report to you all on how to proceed with boundary adjustments and facility usage. They would be assisting us in their review of enrollment trends, our current building capacities, our campus facility and staffing efficiency, and our attendance boundaries. The scope of the work, we're looking at basically 6 meetings between May and when they would bring recommendations to you all in October. So I believe May 20th is like I said, the date of the first meeting. And here's what you can see we've planned in terms of the content. First meeting would be demographic and enrollment trends and school finance. The committee will be made up of members who have served on other committees that bring some background knowledge on these topics, along with a few new members as well. I think, Dr. Miller, we had 42 members that we're looking at, and then we have 10 principals. 15 principals. So 42 members of the committee, and then we're involving principals to be a part of being in the room as well. Meeting 2 would be facility capacities, and then looking at how do we staff for efficiency and how does that work with our buildings. And then we would include tours. We think it's important for them to meet at locations and look at buildings where some rooms sit empty, and look at buildings where the entire building, of course, is being used as well. And then the last 2 meetings in September would be really where they work on their recommendations and then bring you all recommendations in October. And so with that, I'll take any questions. I'll put this committee charge to all of you in my continued board notes and updates for you, and y'all can give me any feedback as well, of course, about anything that we're missing, but would be happy to take any questions on this work at this time.
Ms. Taylor.
I just had a question. Is the committee, you said you received, I'm going to say the 50 that's in the report. Are all 50 on the committee, or you haven't decided yet?
Not every application that was submitted was selected for the committee, as we look to ensure we had a representation across different feeders, right, demographics, background knowledge. So not everybody to the committee, as I said, is brand new to this work as well. So we took obviously a good number from the applications we received to get to the 42.
Okay. Is there any opportunity, and I don't know, they probably don't want a board member in the room, but if you wanted to come and sit and listen, is there any opportunity for that?
Of course. In fact, I think what we did during the One Vision seemed to work well for everybody, where we'll give y'all the opportunity to indicate what dates you want to attend, and we can ensure that we've got people there. I think that will be helpful. And I just want to say I think this is a great idea. I love how we include our community and our parents and our business leaders and really the community in what we're doing, that we don't just make decisions in a vacuum, and we don't just decide, just like we did with the bond. We take that feedback, we give the information to the committee, we take their feedback, and we use that to make decisions, because then it is a community decision
versus, you know, my decision or a group of people making decisions. These are very important decisions, so I just love the fact that we went out to the community. We were intentional with creating a committee and not just a committee of certain people, but that we also made sure that the representation was representative of the diversity and whatever it is in our community. So just want to say I'm totally on board with this idea.
Dr. Barker?
Quick question. So this is one committee for the
Yes.
entire conversation?
Yes.
Not individual committees looking at specific areas?
That's right.
So I wanted to clarify that because I think that there are others who have done it differently. And what I appreciate about this is that it's a holistic picture. Because if you take this piece over here and you say, oh, well, there's things that aren't being utilized to their capacity over here, so we need to make X, Y, and Z recommendations, but then that has a trickle effect to something over here, or unintended consequences across the system, then that becomes a lot harder to navigate between separate committees. So I just want to commend the idea of having this as a holistic picture and looking at it from an entire one committee, because we are one LASD.
Amen. And that's why, too, I think to the point of the ensuring the representation includes all the feeders are represented so that we can do some work in feeders and as a whole inside the committee.
Ms. Sells?
I just wanted to verify, so the principals that are on the committee, they're going to be part of the conversation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because I just want to say thank you for that, because just as anybody else, when decisions are being made that are going to affect me, there are times that I like to be part of that conversation, and that's usually most of the time. And so I just want to say that I have seen this done in other organizations across the board where efficiency teams come in and kind of just then lay the law down. And when you're not involved in that and you don't get that perspective of what has happened and been given a voice, I think it's harder to swallow that pill. But I think that involving the principals is just a beautiful aspect of this. And once again, it only strengthens our relationships with our community, which not only is one of our cornerstones, but I really think that it's moving forward into this next legislative session that it's going to be key. So thank you.
Ms. Alcatab.
Sorry. I mean, I'm just going to ditto. I mean, I really appreciate the committee work that we do here in LASD. I think that I kind of call it the LASD way, because we've really been diligent about making sure that we do take representation from across the district in any of our committee work. You know, we've done it with the task force. We've done it with other committee work. And by having the holistic approach to this committee, I am very, very appreciative of it, because it does give us that candid feedback from the community. It gives their voice. It makes it very powerful. And having the administrators on it also provides a different voice for some of those community members who don't know it from that perspective, and they also hear it from their perspective. So kudos to you guys for doing this. I'm really excited about the work. Can't wait to attend, a session or two, because this is definitely really important, and I think that their voices will be heard in this.
Dr. Bonner?
Absolutely, with everything thus far, and it's not in here, but I anticipate that Dr. Miller and Ms. Brim have talked about, excuse me, communication plan and when to roll things out. And I'm just highlighting that because that will be critical. All those people that attend will know all of that, but the people that don't attend and hear about it on Facebook will certainly want to know information. So I appreciate your thoughts on that as it goes along.
So piggybacking off Dr. Bonner's, I would say that when we do these committees, it's transparent. And I think that's one of the things that we do really well here. We don't do things behind closed doors. We do them out in the open, and we include our community in those discussions. And I look forward to hearing from the from the committee and also attending every now and then. But I am grateful, first of all, for community members who are willing to give up their precious time to come and serve this district in a capacity. I'm grateful to principals who are using their personal time to come and serve on this committee. I want to say that I'm grateful for those willing to do that. So, thank you. All right, moving on. It's the board committee's update. Anybody have anything of any interest? Got a thank you note, Ms. Lasan, for the awards banquet that you were on the committee. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can. I was just gonna. It was your committee and the changes.
We had a great time at the banquet. Thank you for the communications team for doing a fantastic job, as always, of putting that all together. And thank you to my fellow board members who each contributed. We all contributed $100 that was used to as a raffle prize drawing for the people that were attendees there. And anyway, it was all good stuff that night. Lots of fun.
All right, the advocacy committee will be meeting. We're going to, we did not receive any feedback from the board on the advocacy plan, so we're going to move forward with that to have it in the consent agenda. And then we're going to start working that calendar and get moving. Get moving. All right. With that, the board will once again convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071 and 074. The time is 8:50 p.m. We will now reconvene into open session. The time is 9:59. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Sells.
Yes, I would like to. I move that the board approve the superintendent contract.
I wrote it, it's on the separate sheet.
But that doesn't, okay.
Oh, you can change it.
I move to extend the superintendent's contract by an additional 3 years and approve changes to the terms of the contract as discussed in closed session. An additional 3 years for a total of 5 until 2029.
Second. Oh, Dr. Barker, you win. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Vote is 7-0. If there's no further business, this meeting is adjourned. The time is 10 o'clock. Y'all have a good evening.